so Spirit, what does the collective need to know? Hi, Savvy. I think that's how you say it. Hi, man of God. Hi, so Spirit, what does the collective need to know? Power Rage. Is it cool? I'm so Spirit. This is so random. Well, I feel like it's so random. But I feel like there's somebody that keeps having recurring dreams about like climbing trees or something. It's like giving the energy of like trying to get coconuts out of the tree. And you may have like, you may be of Caribbean descent. And I feel like it's something from your past life. I feel like Spirit is saying that your astral travel abilities are coming online. Thank you for the likes. Hi, Amanda. How's it going? Thank you for the heart meme. I feel like the spirit's talking about someone having problems with their truck. It almost looks like a pickup truck, or it feels like a pickup truck. And I feel like spirit is saying you're gonna meet someone who's willing to help you with it. And I also feel like for someone, spirit is talking about like just experiencing a bunch of random acts of kindness. You said with their truck, gold truck. I don't really see a color, but it does look like, it feels like more of a pickup truck. I'm not really seeing anything, so I'm like, I say that I feel or see, but is that you were having problems with your pickup truck? Oh, wow. Well, clearly that's your energy. Oh, an acts of kindness. Okay, awesome. I'm glad it's resonating. Because I feel like, am I just making this shit up? Higher self spirit. Well, thank you for the confirmation. Higher self spirit. What else does the collective need to know? Excuse me. So this feels random as hell too. But they're talking about somebody that wore overalls today or likes to wear like overalls. I feel like someone's gonna propose to you soon. And spirit is saying there's somebody who is pregnant and doctors are trying to say that the baby has like a heart defect, but spirit said the baby does not have a heart defect and it's gonna be just fine. Higher self spirit. What else is the collective need to know? And these messages could be, oh, there's 3 Amandas in here? Wow. That's interesting. Oh, that's cute. We got a little Trinity going. Oh. What else is a collective need to know? So these messages could also apply to someone that's close to you, like a close friend or relative. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Hi, Mandy. Hi, Posh. I feel like somebody chose to make a decision or chose to not go see a mother who has been narcissistic. And Spirit said by doing that, you unlocked like another elevation and some more gifts. Wow, what happened? That was you too? It's like, oh my God, stop it. Spirit must want to talk to you today. So I'm hearing that someone has a pool out in their backyard, or you may be going to someone's house who has a pool, and they're saying watch your baby very carefully around the pool. I mean, that's common sense, but I feel like Spirit is just saying like take extra caution, because I'm not trying to scare anyone, but it's giving the energy of like the baby may kind of fall in there, but it's not going to drown or anything. But just pay close attention. What else does the collective need to know? Hi, Chosen Light. Spirit is saying, talking about somebody who has a dog that may have gone into surgery today or needs to have surgery. And Spirit said that the dog is going to be just fine. I just feel like just random shit just keeps dropping in my head. But Spirit was saying somebody that may have gotten an injury roller skating, your spirit team is like working behind the scenes to supernaturally heal you. And that doesn't mean like to ignore medical advice or treatments, or don't avoid going to have it looked at. But I feel like whatever spirit is doing, like they're accelerating the healing process. Because I feel like you may have been getting ready for some kind of athletic event, like a marathon or like a triathlon or something like that. And so they're going to speed up your recovery so that you don't miss it. There she go. With the daggone screech. Alright, so spirit, what else does the collective need to know? I feel like they're saying someone is thinking about investing in a watch, and they said that it would be a good investment. Or maybe someone's going to give you a watch that is worth a lot of money. Thank you for the likes. Hi, Danny. Thank you for the hand. What is it called? The hand finger heart. Thank you for the finger heart. I keep wanting to say hand heart. So they're saying that someone who lives in a White House with green shutters, or like a White House with green accents of some kind, they said that you've been trying to get pregnant, and you are pregnant. And this is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Because I am not a doctor. And one of y'all, what y'all doing? One of y'all is about to come into union with your divine partner. This may be someone you know, like maybe as a friend. Stop. Boy, what are you doing? Stop. I can't keep a toy because they just destroy it. Down. They're showing me someone who works at like It's giving the energy of like a convenience store. I feel like you about to get a winning scratch off. Like it's gonna be change your life money. Right. This one want to be eating the inside of the toy that they tore up. I thought I got all the pieces up, but apparently they found one. There's someone who has a trip to like I want to say Disney World, Disneyland. It's like a trip to an amusement park, and I feel like Spirit is saying like you're gonna have a great time. I mean, there's some kind of, it feels like there's some nervousness about the trip. Like maybe you are concerned about getting along with the person or people on the trip, and maybe you're a little more introverted, but I feel like you're gonna have a really great time, make some new cool friends. And I feel like even though you feel rejected a lot, people secretly admire you. But it's kind of like, and this is so stupid, but it's kind of like how people say stuff like, oh, this person is beautiful. I know they know that they're beautiful, so I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to, like, soup their head up. What? It's the finest people that get rarely told they fine. Because most people are doing shit like that. Like, oh, I don't want to, boost their ego. That's crazy work. And if you're with somebody that's like that, it's a no-go. Right, they hit them somewhere. I'm like, y'all eat. There's still like food in the bowl. And he over here eating daggone cotton balls and shit. Or whatever that stuff is. Hi, Felicia. Alright, so Spirit, what else does a collective need to know? So this is funny. I feel like I'm getting randomness. But it's like, so there's I was talking about two people coming into union, and Spirit is like, don't worry about the person not being like clean and organized and structured or whatever, because it's kind of like maybe you all are at a distance, and so you're like, well, I'm really interested in this person, but it would be really fucked up if they were just slobs and didn't clean up or wasn't organized or something to that effect. And Spirit is like, no, y'all gonna be very compatible. Same levels of, like cleanliness and attention to detail. I feel like this person is very intentional. Like very intentional with everything. I feel like it's the masculine. Like, it's just giving the energy of maybe somebody that was in the military or grew up with a military parent, because spirit is showing me like everything neat, folded, in order, color coded. You know, socks are, you know, identical in how they're shaped and stuff like that. Oh, you put the you said hammer on the nail, so that's you again. Yeah, I just feel like you're going to be compatible in every sense of the word. Because like first of all, you say yes ma'am, perfect too. Oh, okay. And we have another Amanda. Hi, Amanda Ruiz. um, so it's like when you know, I've been talking about twin flame journeys a lot, and Spirit wants me to damn keep talking about it. But when Spirit says coming into union, that is a very high ranking spiritual union. It's a divine union. It has been ordained and orchestrated by the divine. And so like you all designed, everybody designs their life before they incarnate. And so you designed it so that you could go through everything that you went through. And then when you finally got to your divine life partner, like everything just clicks. Everything is, you know, like matching energy. I feel like I feel like both people are like very cognizant of the other person's feelings, and you know, like pays attention to the things they have said that they went through, and is going to be very like emotionally attentive to you, in support of continuing to heal those areas. And so, like, for instance, like, it's given the energy of, like, if for a masculine, if the feminine says something about experiencing SA, then they're going to be very delicate with that person when it comes to intimacy. So, that's just an example. You said that's definitely us. Okay. Well, you're getting a free reading today, ma'am. That's wild. I definitely feel like there's a reason that we're both named Amanda for sure. Like, we might be daggone kindred souls or some shit. For real. Like, from the same soul tribe. Oh, we definitely crossed paths for a reason. Hey, cut it out. Cut it out. Down. With the butt. Oh my goodness. What else does a collective need to know? So I feel like if the masculine in this situation is concerned about finances or being able to like take care of this person, Spirit is like, you gonna have plenty of money to handle your business. And I feel like the feminine doesn't even really care about that right this minute. Because it's definitely giving the energy that both of you, with your combined gifts and talents, will be making endless amounts of money. Literally. Infinite amounts of money. I'm also hearing controlling all the imports and exports. Excuse me, confirmation bird. Thank you for the follow. There may be something significant about Chicago. There might be 2 people in Chicago that are coming into union. So it's something, I believe it's something about this month where a lot of like the divine unions are all coming together this month. So what's the significance about this month? You said, what's that mean? Controlling of imports and exports. So I feel like there's a divine union that is coming together that's going to be able to control imports and exports. Thank you for the heart me. Hi, Sisha. And I feel like Spirit is talking about uncovering the secrets, like all of the information that has been hidden from us is going to be revealed. Alright, so Spirit, what else does the collective need to know? So I feel like I'm seeing somebody's grandma. I feel like she has on, like she's kind of short and hunched over, and she has like a one of those aprons on, and she goes like this. Does anybody resonate with that? It might have been like a little Italian grandmother or something. That's the energy it's giving. Sounds like your grandma. Hey, Totally Dimples. Thank you for the heart me. All the people, all the readings coming out for you today. Oh, well, that's cool. I'm just glad it's resonated for somebody, because I feel like, yo, is this for real? I think that's why I had such a vivid imagination when I was little. I remember saying, like, I remember playing in my room. I spent a lot of time by myself. And I would have like whole movie scenes and just wow shit. Like my imagination was off the charts. You said she unfortunately has passed on. Yeah, that's why I think she's coming forward to like say hi to you because it's kind of giving the energy that she's shy because it was almost like people were pushing her forward, like you can go, you can go. Was she kind of shy? You say yeah, or was that an answer to something else? Oh, I got something on my nose. He said, I don't know, I don't really know much about her. She did pass when I was younger. Okay. Thank you for the follow. I feel like she's saying something about like you gotta cut through the red tape. I don't know what that means. Are you talking about with a job? I feel like she's talking about a promotion. Are you up for a promotion? You say you're not working at the moment. Okay, maybe you'll be getting a job, applying like crazy. Okay, because it definitely sounds like you'll be getting a job. Because the way she said promotion, you'll definitely be getting a job. And I feel like because they said promotion, that it's gonna be paying more than your last job, like a lot more. But you know, she said cut through the red tape. Hi Asia, good to see you. You said hits the financial struggle. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I feel like maybe it's gonna take a while for you to actually get through the hiring process, but I feel like that's what she was saying. Cut through the red tape because it may take a long time, like not a long time, but it may take longer than normal to actually get clearance for the job. But I definitely feel like it's gonna be something good. You said be patient. That's not me at all. Yep. So you're gonna have to be patient. Did she make fettuccine? Because I was hearing something about fettuccine. Or do you make fettuccine? Oh, you said always. So is that like your favorite dish? You said we're very much Italian. Okay. Okay. Was that something she really liked to make? She said pasta always. Okay, she said stop cooking your gravy so long. It's just like saying gravy is so weird to me because, like, I know it's spaghetti sauce, like it's not gravy at all. I mean, I guess it is a form of gravy. She said, wait, I don't know about that one. Okay, so that may be a metaphor for something. What does cooking the gravy too long mean? You said, I mean, I did make pasta and burnt the oil. Lord. Oh, spaghetti and olive oil. Okay, maybe that's what she's talking about. Do they call that gravy though? Because I thought gravy was the pasta sauce. You said it was bad. Yeah, once you burn pasta, like you can't. It's not like toast. You said it's the sauce for the pasta. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But maybe she was talking about, what you burned today. Is there someone in the family named Jack Jack? You say you haven't cooked today. Okay. Me either. But I don't like to cook. So I try not to cook most days. Okay, what we doing? You said I wouldn't know. I don't know much about my family. Okay. So who is Jack? Do you drink Jack Daniels? I'm like, what is Jack Jack? Oh, Lord. Is that your favorite drink? Thank you. You said no. When they pass away, we go to the funeral and drink Jack. Oh, okay. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so what is it about the Jack Daniels? You said our flask, we celebrate life after death. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Was I able to see the pound? What do you mean? The gift? Oh, yeah, I did. I said thank you. That was real cute. Yes, thank you. And y'all, please forgive me if you send a gift or something and I don't say anything, but I'm talking, is because I can't break the channel for what I'm saying. And information comes to me so quickly that I'm having to process it so quickly that sometimes, like, I'll be thinking in my head to say thank you while I'm channeling, but then when I stop channeling, I still don't say thank you. Not that I ever really stopped channeling, but But yeah, so it's not, I'm not trying to be rude or ungrateful. Oh my God. What else, Spirit? So I do feel like your grandmother is helping you with your gifts. So she must have been a pretty powerful being, even if she didn't know it. You said you said I be ADD. No, I don't have ADD. No, because like when I'm channeling, like my brain is somewhat on autopilot, if that makes any sense. So like I'm talking and I'm like cognizant of most of what I'm saying, but that's why I sometimes like I'll say something and I'll forget like 30 seconds later, because when you're channeling, like your brain is functioning differently. So it's almost like the way they're showing me is like a record running in reverse. So like when you're channeling, it's like your brain functions run, I guess, counterclockwise. And then clockwise when you're not channeling. But like I don't know what not channeling would be like, because I do it all the time. It's like automatic. So Spirit. But you know what? I do feel like that people with like autism, but on like the genius side of the spectrum, not saying that like autistic people of all the spectrum can't be genius. But I just like in their own way they're genius, but like this person is like very high functioning on all the levels. Like there's no like where one person could be nonverbal, like this person has like all the different aspects. But it's just considered like autistic on the genius side. But I feel like anybody who is neurospicy, that's an indication that you have spiritual gifts. Because a lot of times neurospicy people are trying to process so many downloads at such a rapid rate that that's where all that other stuff comes from. You said that's me? Okay. Yeah. It's a lot of downloads. Because I was telling my sister that my nephew was getting a lot. And I was like, you just gotta like bear with him, because when you get a lot of downloads that you have to manage, it's very important to be grounded. It's very important to like be mindful of, I want to say like just be mindful of your thoughts, what you're dwelling on. And Spirit is saying that, you know, like there's really no mistakes. So for somebody who, I mean, this is pretty much all of us, but I feel like Spirit is talking to someone in particular um, about not feeling bad about your past, no matter what it involved. Like, even if it was lockup, even if it was, you know, walking the street, or you know, anything that you feel ashamed about or whatever, or feel like was a mistake, the divine is like, we're not even thinking about that. Because let me tell you, I cringe knowing who I am now and knowing all that crazy shit that I have done in the past. I was just like, oh my God. Alright, so Spirit, what else does a collective need to know? There's a younger black male, like well groomed, close cut, like a beard with a goatee. I feel like he has like a really big gold chain with a really big medallion. He might have been like a lyricist. I feel like he might have been like, I hate to say rapper because like that's such a other connotation. You said teacher or coach. No, I don't think so. So was the coach you're talking about for baseball? Because I feel like they're showing me like him playing baseball. I feel like this person, you said, I've had a lot of coaches. Okay. They were showing me baseball or softball. You said you played both? Okay. Might be your baseball coach or softball coach. Do you think that person fits the description of either one of those? But was he black? Because I feel like this guy is black. I'm not saying that a black person can't coach baseball or softball, but I'm just saying. Because he had like a big gold chain and all that stuff. You're from a black community. Okay. But I mean, I wasn't saying it because you're white, but I was just saying that the medallion, like, it just didn't fit Coach. It wasn't like clicking for me for Coach. But hey. So he passed away? Cause I can see people who are still living. You said could be my dealer too back. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. I'm hollering. Oh, okay. What else, Spirit? What else you want to talk about? Oh my God. I feel like Spirit is saying you're gonna need a good realtor because you're gonna have plenty of money to buy land. Why is this not staying? Um, yeah, they're talking about, like, you know, if you always wanted a condo in, you know, Manhattan overlooking the water, or whether it's, you know, maybe you want a high rise in LA, or you know, just different places to live all over the world, really. And I feel like this couple is royalty, and so, like, once it's made known who they are, then they're gonna be, like, welcomed all over the world. So, you know, like, not having to pay for stuff. But living that luxurious life. You said, I mean, ain't no reason to sugarcoat. I wish my memory was better. You said that might be you. Let me see. And that's why I was saying there's going to be a transfer of wealth. What y'all talking about? Talking about pray for her come up. Yeah, I feel like I definitely feel like these divine unions are gonna be taking, like, basically taking. I don't know if I want to say that on live, but I've been saying the planet is being restored to like its origins, and so all of the royalty that established the planet has reincarnated to be put into place. And we're talking about beings that don't incarnate that often. We're talking about like, so there's some like very high ranking beings where their energy goes into like multiple vessels. And so, and this is for entertainment purposes only, but their energy can go into multiple vessels. And so in essence, they can live lifetimes like that, but like they really don't, like the actual vessel does not typically, not the vessel, but the, let's say the higher self of these energies very rarely incarnates, but the higher self has incarnated this time. That's deep. You said, I know what you're saying. Okay, good. Because I'm like, right. And so, you know, with the frequency of the planet speeding up, where our frequency is basically going to be sped up to be at the frequency of the spirit realm. So like everything that we could not see, we're going to be able to see. So like it's almost like it's a whole different world. Like, oh my gosh, this shit is like a movie. But it's like, it's almost giving the energy of like, if you like close your eyes and go to sleep and then wake up and like everything looks different. Like now everything looks royal, everything, you know. So it's like basically being able to, it's like, this may sound weird, but it's like basically being able to exist or live in the spirit in a vessel. So basically, I feel like what that means is like supernatural abilities, just like otherworldly abilities. Wow. Because when I tell you they're showing me Atlantis, and I'm not talking about like underwater Atlantis. Wait a minute. We not finna go back underwater. Like, don't tell me that. They said no. Hi. Hi, Debbie. No, they said no. Not underwater. But it's definitely going to look like it's gonna look like how it looked back when like Kemet was established, all of that, the pyramids. And I feel like they're saying the United States was like a very big piece of Atlantis. And you know, it wasn't considered the United States at the time, but that's just the simplest way I can put it. So what are you saying? So I'm hearing everlasting life. Y'all, stop playing with me. We're not going back under that water now. All right, don't play with me. You said, was that before the landmasses separated? Yeah. Because I've channeled in a previous live about the continents fusing back together. So that's like part of restoring the planet is the fusing. You said, what do you know that you need to tell her? No, but yeah, no, they you've never heard that? But there's something really significant about the United States. Because, well, I would say that maybe, you know, it has to do with international relations as well. But you said yes, they're still moving, so it makes sense. You said I'm street smart, it's not book. Well, I study a lot of esoteric stuff. Like I don't know if you've ever heard of like Bobby Hemmett or any of those people, but I would listen to those people, and so I would hear certain things. But then my dad and his wife went on a cruise, and it was like a cruise to Antarctica, and they were showing them like on the maps how the continents were fused together. So I was like, damn. Um, you said in the beginning, Earth consists of one large landmass called Panis. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. It's almost like this might have been a hub or something. Cause I mean, I'm just curious to know, has there been any other alien contact in other places in the world? Cause I feel like they were pointing to that fact that the United States encounters a bunch of, you know, whatever they call them, UAPs or something like that. Um, Paranormal activity, yeah. But it's also, it was like actual crafts, like in the aircrafts, and they like got some of the alien matter. At least that's what they were talking about in Congress. So that's more than paranormal activity. That's like straight up, this being is in like somewhat human form. You said underneath Earth, the land sits on tectonic plates that move eventually after many earthquakes. Okay. Yeah. And that may be why there have been more earthquakes recently. Because I know I lived in LA on two different times, and there was like a earthquake. I experienced like maybe two the first time, and then one the second time. You said the land broke into pieces, creating continents and islands. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what else does the collective need to know? I was tired, boss. There's another like a medium height black woman with an afro. She has like a curvaceous shape. She reminds me of like Jackie Brown. So I don't know if that resonates for anybody, but she's trying to talk to somebody. Hey, Gabrielle. I feel like she may have passed when she was younger, like a pancreatic cancer, maybe. Oh, in my description. Um, I feel like there's something distinct about her nose. Like, it's very like straight. If she may have a nose ring. I feel like she's talking about wearing waist beads. You said medium height or really short. No. She's yeah, she's a black woman. I feel like she might have been a teacher. Did you have like I feel like if this is your teacher, you would have been really young, like preschool. I wasn't hearing that, but let me see. You said, oh my God, I was just about to say, and maybe my teacher. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's a teacher. I feel like she might have a gap in her two front teeth. Let me know if that resonates. Oh, you said I just made you shiver. Yeah. I'm amazed that I'm doing like, cause I haven't really done mediumship in a while. I guess that's why they're pushing people towards me, because like I guess, being a medium, you're like, anytime I channel spirit, I'm being a medium. So I mean, I guess it's all the time, but I would say that it's not often that people come forward when I'm doing a collective. Like with all these people coming forward for you, I feel like they're trying to say like, good job, we love you, we're rooting for you. You say you cannot put it together though, especially if I was younger, childhood trauma got to me. Oh, okay. You said, oh man, you ain't the first one to say that. Okay. You said, I've had readings done before, and that's what they say to me. Okay. And it's kind of generic in general. I mean, anybody can say that. You said, can I bring myself to believe it though? I think that's why they're coming forward. Because they want you to believe it. So I feel like the teacher is saying that you were so polite, like very, I'm hearing studious. Was that your personality? Or they may be trying to be funny, talking about the opposite. I don't know. You say yes, class clown, but teacher's pet. Okay. Okay. I feel like she's saying that she told you at some point that you would go far. Do you remember that? You said, keep on keeping on. That's what she was saying. Was there some kind of rap contest? You said, I don't know. Okay. So I feel like she's saying you're gonna have to get unafraid of your gifts really quickly. So have you been like afraid of your gifts or shying away from your gifts? You said, I don't know how to do that. What do you mean? As far as like your gifts? You said, I am scared of them. Okay. They're kissing me on my cheek right now. So I feel like maybe your spirit guides kiss you on the cheek. So I would say like pay attention to like little subtle sensations on your cheek. You said your dimples. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Angie. I don't know whose relative this is, but they're talking about somebody wearing their shoes in elementary school until they fell apart. And it wasn't like you couldn't wear other shoes. You just used to wear damn holes in the bottom. Who the hell is this? Who is this? Because, I mean, if you can't afford shoes, that's one thing. But, like, kids are so funny. I'm so glad my children were not into high fashion. Let me tell you something. Mandy thinks it's her. She's here with me. Okay. You said she's telling me the stories now. Okay, tell me what I just said again. Lord, I'm channeling. I can't remember. Tell me what I said one more time. You said it's her autism. She loves shows that didn't belong to her. Oh, shoes. Okay. I was talking about wearing the shoes till they got holes in them. Okay. Oh, that's so funny. And you know, like this stuff seems so random. That's why I'm like, what is this? Did you call somebody Pop Pop? Cause I feel like it's somebody they call Pop Pop. I'm so tired, but I really wanted to get on here. But I look like I need to go to sleep. Spirit, what else does the collective need to know? I feel like Spirit says someone who has wanted a Ferrari, you're gonna get it. Like maybe that's your dream car. They showing me shopping sprees all over the world. Like jet setting all over the world. And we're not talking about like on Frontier Airlines. We talking about like for real. Like first class, above first class. Hi, Bookham. Thank you for the heart, me. How's work? Thank you. You said private jet, yeah. Like a big one. I've been talking about, I'm about to have one that's like Drake's. Hey. You said earlier we was getting money. Exactly. Works good, ready to go. I know you are. You'd rather be painting. I don't know if, like, why do my eyes look so sleepy? I think I need to go to bed. I thought it might be this filter. You said exactly, yeah. Oh my God. But so, yeah. We talking about luxury hotels. And it's giving the energy of like people begging you to come to their establishments just so that they can say you've been there. Thank you for the necklace. So, yeah. And like, see, I don't know. I'm on the fence about high fashion stuff because I'm the type of person I need to research the company and make sure that I'm not wearing the clothing of somebody that's been, you know, talking crazy about minorities or whatever. But it's giving like luxury brands just giving you free stuff. Whoever the hell this is for, look, can you take me with you? Shoot, I need to come. That didn't sound right. You say you trying to be TikTok famous too? Look, if it's gonna put some damn a stream of income in my pocket on autopilot, yes, you can dub me damn TikTok famous. Thank you. That is so funny. Yes, you said I have so many ideas. Oh my God. Yeah, just do it. But seriously, that's really all I'm doing is I'm like, when I go live, I am creating content. And so I just post it on YouTube. And when my YouTube blows up, and I get like a billion streams on every video. Thank you for the gifts. That's so exciting to see it on the screen. I'm like a big kid. Like I get excited about seeing all the gifts run up the screen. That's crazy. Thank you. Yes, I get excited about the little things in life. But well, it's not little. It's from, you know, the artist of all artists. If that's a word. I don't think it is. But no, I mean that. Alright, Spirit, what else does the collective need to know? I appreciate all of y'all giving me gifts. Thank you. Even though TikTok take like half your money. Like, why they do that? Thank you. I thought about tacos today, but I got oxtails instead. Because I was like, it's Mother's Day and about to be my birthday and I need oxtails. Hi, Valerie. So, what else does the collective need to know? You said you've never had oxtails? Child, you missing out. You playing. If you black, I'm taking your whole black card. Thank you. And it's really not about black and white. I'm just saying, like, you said not the whole black card. Yes. Uh, well, my mother didn't cook them either. My mother really couldn't cook. But I grew up in New York, so I grew up like around all kinds of different Caribbean food. You say you could keep them oxtails, whatever. I say that to my sister all the time. I was like, how do you not like Friday? Like, what is wrong with people? I don't understand. How do you not like Friday? Something wrong with her. You said, hey, you're black too? No, you're Italian, aren't you? Thank you. Oh, you're also from New York? Yeah, I grew up in Westchester County. So I wasn't like in the city. I'm not up here trying to perpetrate. It wasn't all the way upstate. You said I'm black on the inside. My house is divided from Boston, New York. Okay. You said I went to SUNY Purchase, so I know Westchester. Okay. Yeah. I guess so, Spirit. What else does the collective need to know? You said Albany. Is that where you lived, Albany and Catskills? Higher Soul Spirit. What else does the collective need to know? Now I see somebody with cornrows and a wheelchair. You said New York. My family is from near as well as Boston. Okay. Yeah. You said, oh Lord, not cornrows and a wheelchair. Yeah, I don't know who this is. Okay, let's move on, because I don't know what's going on here, who that is. You said, I haven't got a clue, but won't surprise me if it's for me. Oh my God, did you know somebody that was in a wheelchair from the hood? Girl. I'm hollering that you know all these that like they just rolling up like we just went from one extreme. We went from grandma to homeboy. You said I met a lot of people in my life. I've traveled the world, military brat. Okay. That's so funny. Are there any other messages, Spirit? I feel like Spirit is saying somebody may be up for a promotion, and it's going to be closer to your house, like a shorter commute. You said fun fact. I love getting my hair. Oh, really? That's so funny. I saw this white lady with dreads. I was like, okay, if her hair can lock, my hair can lock. Okay. My hair was so soft and curly, they had to do extra stuff to get it started. And it was just, I still have some totally unraveling. You say you're used to seeing that? Yeah. Let me see what these cards talking about. I know they be like, don't use them damn cards. We have some people. Spirit, what is you trying to say with this? I don't even want to talk about this. Oh my God. I hate these damn messages. I should have known pulling these cards. So this is talking about some real it's talking about, I don't even want to talk about this, but anyway, it's talking about like some real low budget people. Yeah, no, I'm not. So anyway, I know I'm over here having a whole conversation with my higher self. Sorry, y'all. Um, so there's like some low budget females that it's almost like they do, like maybe they're trying to do some kind of spell work. It is spell work. So, like words and yeah, like words can be spell work. But spirit is like, it's not going to end well. And I'm not wishing harm on anyone. I'm not saying anyone's about to, have anything happen to them. But it's like spiritually, it's just not good. And what I think what Spirit wants me to talk about is the fact that people try to cloak their energy, and you cannot cloak your energy. If Spirit wants to like cloak your energy so that your true identity isn't revealed just yet, or if they're like, if people are trying to do readings on you, they'll cloak your energy. But like me, like anybody just out here trying to do something negative to people, you can't just do that and cloak your energy. Okay. Yeah, some people see everything. The recalling card came out. So like somebody just sees everything. You said I've had a lot of readings. You won't believe who all I've met. What do you mean? Like readers? Oh my god. Yeah, the resilience card came out, so none of the spell work is working. Your spirit team is constantly cleansing your aura and your energy so that you can remain unbothered and peaceful. You said, I've had some messed up people give me readings and do spells on me. Okay. Oh, do spells for you. And they probably shouldn't be. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not a good look. Um, I do feel like your spirit team is giving you a pass though. Because the energy is like you didn't know any better. But like if you were to do it now, that would be different. But they're looking at it like when you didn't know any better, you know. You said I'm divinely protected. Somebody was trying it on me. You said drug related. Lord, can I say that on TikTok? Rug related, I still don't know any better till now. Oh my god. Well, just don't do the spell work, honey. Because yeah, we have the creativity and insight. So like someone may be good at reading energy. I feel like the insight could be like the insight would be reading energy, but then the other like the creativity could be like natural creative abilities. So I feel like they're still talking about this union, but I feel like the two people will have to have a lot of courage in the situation because, excuse me, I feel like these two people are very attractive. So you're going to be getting a lot of attention, especially when you're in the public eye. And so both of y'all going to have to be very steadfast with regard to like maintaining a relationship. You said, can I say that on TikTok? You said, I've been told Santa Muerto got me. Is that a thing? It is a thing, but like I don't feel like spell work works, honestly. You said that's probably me reading energy and creativity. Okay. You said someone you don't know directly. Ay, ay, ay. Let me see what else comes out. Yeah, I feel like these people are really hoping that the spell work would hit, but Spirit's like, nah. You're divinely protected. Yeah, people working together. That's why I was saying at the beginning, it's like a group of low budget females. I feel like the more people come against you and your person, the more you level up. And the closer you get to like actually coming into union and really living the life that you've been wanting to live. You say, yep. Somebody's toxic karma, yeah. But you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, like I feel like the energy is like people from both sides. So like for the feminine, I feel like there's still several men that's in her energy that like want to circle back, but they're, may or may not say that they want to circle back. But nonetheless, they still in your energy. I say energy. Yeah, they may be blocked on the phone, but they're still in your energy. So it's kind of like for the feminine, these men are like undercover, but for the masculine, they may be like, out in the open with it. It's given the energy of like having maybe 3 men that were trying to possess you, like dominate you, control you. Okay, what's that about? So I got the communication card. So I definitely feel like this union is about to be it's gonna be like very healthy communication, because I feel like that may have been like a recurring theme for these people, the two people that are coming together, like, people not really communicating in relationships, not saying what it is if there's a problem, and then like just letting it fester. You said that's accurate. Okay. I feel like Spirit is saying that you can trust this union. It's not something to be feared at this point, because you've already gone through what you had to go through. Are y'all snoring for real? I'm glad it's resonating. Because like I said, sometimes I think I just be talking. I keep wanting to light incense, so I feel like I'm talking to people that are connected to like ancient Egypt. And I feel like they're talking about like the burial process, the mummification process. I'm not sure where they're going with this, but if somebody's like a mortician in this life, you may have been a part of the or maybe you just work at a funeral home or something, but you may have been a part of, like, I think the word is funerary team or something like that, but you would like prepare bodies for transition into the afterlife. Okay, where are you going with this? You said it makes... You said, nah, you're good at what you do. Thank you. You said it all makes sense. Okay, good. You said, not here, but do have crazy story about cremation home. Oh, Lord. It's like I'm intrigued by the human body, because there was this traveling bodies exhibit where they had like actual cadavers that they had preserved so that you could see like the different functions of the body and all that and the systems. And I stayed in that exhibit for like 8 hours. And like I might have been awakening at that point. So the divine can actually control, they can control your body functions. And I know that's like obvious, but what I'm saying is that like at different points they can, like if necessary, so Like, say you get injured or something like that, the divine, and that's why I was saying to somebody earlier that the divine is working on like super charging the healing process. Um, they can step in with stuff like that. So, like, if you have in your soul contract that you're gonna pass away from something like, some kind of health issue, then they're not going to interfere with that part, because it serves a purpose. But like, for instance, I had a surgery that I really didn't need. Like, they kind of used me as a guinea pig. And the doctor was like, you didn't bleed at all during the surgery. And we were kind of concerned. And I was like, okay. Alrighty. So I know that, in instances like that, it was intended for me to have the surgery, to bring awareness to like stuff like that happens medically. But they made sure that I was, because on top of everything, he was teaching students how to perform the surgery with a robot. So I've got a teacher, and I think that's why I was under anesthesia for so damn long, because when I came out of anesthesia, I could barely talk. Like, I had one of those things down my throat for so long, and it was because he was teaching his damn class. He said, I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Yeah, it was crazy. And then my insurance ended up not paying for it because they called it a congenital defect. So I know all that had to happen because of how the medical industry is. You said Mandy has a crazy story about cremation. Oh, okay, I saw she said that. So what happened? They were not cremating the people? Ugh. I think they recently caught people doing that. You said, I just had 2 surgeries. Thankfully, all went well. Okay, good. I'm glad it went well. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, because you're doing the healing work, because you are taking action. So like, when people don't really realize the magnitude of actually taking action. Like, it's one thing to talk shit and say this and that, but it's a whole other thing to take action. You said local cremation shop sold them off her place. The ashes with cement. Oh, was paranoid about the anesthesia. Oh yeah, I feel you on that, because that's a very sensitive art, delicate art. Selling bodies for what though? Please tell me people were not eating them or something crazy. Oh my gosh, that's horrible. Yeah, that's horrible. But like, taking action looks like getting yourself out of bondage. And when I say bondage, I mean like, if you're still connected to people that aren't for your highest and best good. if you are not like kind of refusing to set boundaries based on the relationship. So let's say it was like maybe a relationship with your parent or something like that. You know, it could be any damn thing, but it's just standing up for yourself, protecting your energy. No, like I was talking about earlier about like Amanda, I picked up on the fact that you had basically like said you're not gonna go see a narcissistic parent, and so that's basically what I'm talking about. Like when you actually take that action, because sometimes, like a lot of the times, if you're going around someone and they make you feel bad about yourself, you have to put on like a mask to pretend with these people that everything is okay. And you could go over there with all the best intentions to just, wear the mask for a couple of hours and then leave. But the person or people just have to say something crazy. They just have to. You try so hard to please them, never good enough. Right. So, like, when you take that kind of action, the divine responds. And they respond quickly. You said, I mean, it's my own mother. She just owned me for most of my life. Yeah, it's like, if the relationship is toxic, I'm not doing it. I don't care who it is. And manifestation came out after I said the divine response. So yeah, like the divine is not playing. Unexpected money. Yeah, it is sad. Look, unexpected money, and then rich girl came out right after that. Gender neutral. Rich man, woman. For some of y'all, this is money that was owed to you from when you were a child. So maybe someone left something to you and you never got it. And this is the chakras card, but I feel like it's talking about this is your birthright. You said, I absolutely love my divine. It's been a heck of a life. Yeah. Yeah, by you moving on. Cause see, I feel like that spirit is talking about how people can hold up your, I don't know if I want to say hold up your progress. But I feel like they're saying that people, by the way they behave, they can hold you up from. Oh, okay. So they're saying that there may have been someone who you had been connected to that did not believe that you should get married again. And they had such like So the belief is not really this person's true belief. The belief is like, it's giving the energy of, I'm unhappily married, so you can't be happily married. Um, and this may be someone who is like a mother figure to you, or a family member. And so, not that that person's energy or anything that they were doing was hindering your progress, but it was. So what happens is, like, what they're showing me is that, like, when somebody says something like that to you, that's the energy that they hold. And so, because that's the energy that they hold for you, as long as you stay connected to them, you're going to, like, have to carry that energy. So it's kind of like, if you want to be married, if you want to be in a happy, healthy relationship, you have to disconnect from the energy that believes that you're not worthy of love and happiness and a successful relationship. Because I feel like Spirit is saying that people who are connected to you, I feel like in your bloodline. And so that could mean somebody that married into your family too. It doesn't have to be like your direct bloodline, because when you incarnate, you reincarnate pretty much with the same energies over and over and over again. So they may be in like different roles. So like one lifetime, my mother, you know, I think she was like my sister. Another lifetime, she was like my mother again. And so like she would switch roles and stuff like that. Um So these people, these energies are all connected to you. And when you get into relationships, the energy of that person attaches to you. And so with that being said, you basically are carrying like all of your stuff plus the other person's stuff. And then we wonder why relationships be so chaotic. Thank you for the finger hearts. But yeah, like, I mean, that's just straight. And when you choose to be with someone who is like has a lot of areas that they need to work on, um, it creates like this heaviness in your energy that has to be released. Yeah, it's very heavy. Um, it has to be released. And so that's what Spirit is talking about. Like when you stop letting people circle back, when you start like setting your boundaries and being like, I'm not gonna put up with this type of treatment, that at that point you can then like sever the energy, or like sever, like, yeah, take that off of your energy. Because what happens is also too, like, whoever you grew up with, whoever you grew up listening to, whatever the paradigms were in their mind about life and love and whatever, if you grew up listening to adults that had really poor experiences with relationships, then that is like some energy, some heavy energy around relationships that was attached to you. And so And then too, like say, like they're talking about like a scenario where it may be your step parent, and maybe your step parent and your mom were beefing. And so, like, the step parent would take their anger out on the children for how they felt about the mother. This could also be someone who's resentful about not having children of their own. You said, now that's me. Yeah. That's crazy. You said, wait, what was the last thing you said about children? Like if they didn't have children of their own, they could be resentful about that. Like biological children. But you just, like, regardless of what the issue is, you just can't treat children any kind of way. I mean, you can't treat people any kind of way, period. But especially children who are just, like, caught in the middle. You said, oh, I've never had children, and not resenting that. And I'm not saying that you are. I'm saying that this other person may be acting the way they're acting because of that. It doesn't have to be like exact. Alright, so spirit, what else? Hey, Danny. What else you trying to talk about? I feel like spirit is talking about if you've been having an issue with your sibling, it's all gonna work out. Yeah, I just said if you had an issue with your sibling. And then we have the healer. So, like, the relationship, hold on. The relationship will be healed. What you doing? Down. Oh my Lord. So there's a feminine that's doing some kind of divination against the high priestess. And I feel like this feminine actually has spiritual gifts. And so the fact that they're trying to use their spiritual gifts for negative, that's a big hell no. And I feel like this high priestess is on a twin flame journey. And so this feminine is trying to do work. Yeah, trying to do work on a twin flame journey. Deep exhale, yeah. But spirit is like, it's really not looking good. You don't come against a divine union. That's what you're not gonna do. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this person has been trying to stop a love offer from coming in. But it's not working. And it's backfiring. Not only is it not working, it's backfiring. You said stalking your social media? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, these people are leveling up. Because it's like the more spell work that's thrown toward them, the stronger they get. Yeah, like the jealousy and envy came out. You could also have a supervisor that's jealous of your achievements, like maybe doing comparisons about, well, you have a master's degree and I don't even have a bachelor's, like comparing your backgrounds. Is that you too, Amanda? You said that happened to me. Just saying, yeah, that's crazy. I feel like you also have jealous family members. And I don't like talking about jealousy because, like, why do I care? But I feel like Spirit wants to talk about it because maybe you need to create some distance. Because, like, I was reflecting on some of the readings that I had gotten when I first found out I had these gifts. And she was telling me, because I felt like people had this weird aversion toward me. Like, when I would be around people, they would act weirded out or whatever. And so she was like, no, you have it fucked up. Like, your protection is so powerful that people are like your spirit team is protecting you from these people. So like their reaction to like not knowing how to interpret your energy is because you have so many people protecting you, or so many energies protecting you. And when they detect that you're around someone that, like ain't shit, they bump up the protection. Cause like one time I was talking to one of my neighbors. She was like leaving the parking lot and I was outside with the dog and I was stopped to talk to her. And as I turned to walk away, like I felt like I had been knocked backwards almost. And so that was basically like the amount of protection that they had to, like, it was like basically like a force field around me, because like this chick, when I turned around, she must have been throwing so many daggers at me, like with her thoughts and her fucking eyes and shit, because I was just like, you know how you feel like you about to pass out? Like, that's how it felt. Ani, stop. Yeah, Spirit said when you around people like that, you got to get out of Dodge. And that's why it's so important to use your intuition when you're around people. And, assess how you feel around people. Assess how you feel when you leave the person. Like if you feel like you just want to cry on the way home, if you like just feel like you're not good enough or you're not valuable, or you just have like a sense of rejection or abandonment, like that's not, that ain't it. I feel like I'm talking to an earth angel who's a healer. Um, you say even as kids, like I didn't belong. Yeah. Hey, I don't answer. Um, yeah, I feel like you're the mature woman. Um, yeah, I feel like Spirit is saying that you have matured emotionally and mentally significantly over the last couple of years. And the Earth Angel card is out here, so I feel like they're talking about the work that you've done, the people you've removed from your life, um, that has helped you to elevate, like to ascend. And so that kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier, as far as like the energy that people attach to you, like when you're, close friends or family or whatever, they'll attach their energy to you, and whatever their beliefs are, you'll find yourself like trying to fight against what somebody else believes. Like it's not even really what you believe in your heart, but if someone has said something derogatory to you long enough and you start to take it on for yourself, um, it can happen that way. But yeah, karma. And I feel like this person could definitely be your soulmate. Um, because you can have a lot of soulmates. You know, I think people like for instance, my daughter is my soulmate. So like trying to put the soulmate in a box, it doesn't make sense, because a lot of you can have, I feel like you can have animals that are soulmates. Are y'all my soulmates? So yeah. She stood up when I said that. Yes, you are. Yes. Are y'all my soulmates? Y'all act like it. You said friends can be soulmates, yeah. Because you don't meet people for no reason. Like every person you meet is for a specific purpose. But excuse me. I feel like these people are starting to get nervous now. Because there's readers out here that really read the energy well. And so I think that people have gotten so used to, like, and this is no shade, but people have gotten so used to people who only use cards that, you know, they think that people can't see, you know. Because also too, like, I will say this, I trust my intuition and the downloads that I get more than, they don't want me to say that. But I was just gonna say that like I trust my intuition without cards more than I trust the cards. I don't feel like they wanted me to say that because cards do get pushed out through energy. There are some very amazing readers who read, like they're basically channeling while they're reading the cards. So that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who like have just developed a lot of different interpretations for the cards, and they just kind of interpret it the way it comes out, versus like, it's maybe what I'm trying to say is that it's interpreted too literally, like based on what the traditional meaning of the card is. You said my spirit guys are saying they're disturbed. Why? My daughter is oh Lord, how old is my daughter? She's about to be 26. No, 25. What are they disturbed about? Hi, Den next door. Oh, what? You said how old is your daughter? You said people who are jealous are not in my corner. Oh, you were repeating what I said. Oh, yeah. Because I'm like, how old is she? Like, once they get to be a certain age, I know she was born September 27th of 2001. So, like, I was sitting here trying to do the math and shit. Don't judge me. What is y'all doing? And see, I feel like Spirit is saying that like your energy is so powerful that people really try to manipulate and control you. And when people can't, bless you, when people can't accomplish that in the natural, they try to do shit in the spiritual. And I really don't know why anybody would think that they're that powerful. The issue is that like things have happened and it would be like something natural that's supposed to happen in a person's life, but because somebody did like some spell work just before it happened, they think that the spell work hit and it didn't. And so then you got like a bunch of people that think that spell work works and they're convinced. You saying I just mind my business. Yeah, that's how it usually happens. Like people just out here minding their business, trying to live their life the best way they can, and people just acting bananas. Yeah, we've got like unaliving magic and destruction. Like people really wanted your whole life to be destroyed. That's crazy. I would never do that to somebody. Because my thing is, would I want that done to me? Like what? Oh, you said, oh my God, what happened? And Spirit is saying that some of these lustful people, so like if you've dealt with a lot of lustful men, I feel like Spirit is saying that these men, like when you stop dealing with them, these men like wished harm upon you. And it's basically because you cut the coochie off. Like, bruh. Is it that serious? Hey, Ashley. You said I didn't know the details of their attempts. Yeah. But it's never that serious though. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've had some great D in my life, but like never, ever, ever, ever would it ever be worth it for me to wish harm on somebody because they're not with me. Like, what is we doing? So let me just say this. Whoever I'm talking to, you got some cosmic ussy. Let's just make it plain. Thank you for the heart meme. And like it's the kind of thing that makes people go crazy, deranged, totally out of character. It's giving the energy of like the person will come into the scenario like, yeah, I'm just gonna hit that It's just I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, and then this motherfucker be sitting at home like. Like, he really thought that he was gonna be like, I'm out, I'm gonna hit it and quit it. And honey, he would look sliding down the wall and snotting. You said, oh man, what I missed. I'm talking about, like, I was talking about how, like, if you've had a lot of lustful energy that, like, it's because you have this cosmic lady parts. So people really don't know what to expect because it's like, it's indescribable. It's like nothing they've ever experienced. So cosmic ussy. We talking about the kind that makes the men go crazy. And I mean, like, I guess it is a flex, but it's not really a flex. But like, I don't know. Cause my thing is, I always want somebody to get to know me for me. Like, I'm not impressed by, like, if somebody is just caught out on intimacy. Like, that shit doesn't impress me. But, like, in the scenario that I'm talking about, it's because your energy is such that was unexpected too. So it's like, you mean I could have this really cool, laid back, chill person who I can laugh with, have fun with, have amazing intimacy, and like, I'm in love with this person. So, most people don't really know what love feels like. So when you have like cosmic ussy, like, that is basically the closest thing people experience to the unconditional love of God. Well, that's damn deep. Which one of y'all got that za? Which one of y'all? Please come to the front. Yeah. And I mean, when you have a lot of healing energy, that's essentially what happens, because that is extremely intimate. The ultimate energy exchange. You said, I know you're holding back more information. It shows on your face. I don't know if I'm holding back information. Because, like I said, I guess it's like, I don't want the focus to be on that. But I'm just trying to explain the dynamics of like, when your energy is set up like less than, I would say, like 1% or less of the population, and you have a lot of healing energy, that is it can really scare people though. It can really scare people away because especially if they're not used to experiencing those type of feelings early on or whatever. Um and this goes for wands too, you know, like certain men really have a very powerful wand. So but that's really why like when a divine masculine and feminine come together in that regard, like it's like the way the energy feels, it's like the experience is going to like take both of you to other dimensions. So she says all she wrote. Look. Look, I'm trying to go to another dimension. Okay. You said I need to go to bed. Good night. Good night. Woo. Not Miss D. Yeah, I feel like this person. And so also too, like this person, for as far as like the masculine is concerned, this person is really going to embody a priest, like a high priest. So like very intuitive, um maybe doesn't know everything that they're able to do, but they have a good idea of like what their abilities are. um I feel like this person could be a magician because I just mentioned wand, and I feel like I'm talking about a masculine who's a magician. And so when you're a magician as a masculine, like that's basically like the masculine version of siren energy. So yeah. And so when you're a powerful being and you get with a karmic, because so what they're saying is that like the divine feminine is set up like specifically for her divine life partner. So everything is already set up. And so that's why like everything about these people is different because they're already like built as high priest and high priestess. And so when you get with people you're not supposed to be with and they get like a taste of your energy, yeah, it can definitely be very like destructive. And I say destructive in a sense like the person may like stop stalking. See, it could breed, like domestic violence. Oh my Lord. Down, mama. So yeah, like it could get real crazy. Um Spirit, where are you going with this? I said it could get real crazy, and look what's at the bottom of the deck. Mentally and emotionally unstable. Like you can make the most sane individual lose their shit. Right. I said the most sane individual. So going from the nice guy to damn Looney Tune and damn record time. Yeah. It's what these episodes of Dateline and shit is made of. But Spirit's like, you're held in high honor. You are divinely guided and protected. Even if someone is giving stalker energy, like it's not, you have nothing to worry about. Yeah, and your masculine is going to be very mature emotionally and mentally. Somebody may be going to lock up for domestic violence because we have imprisonment out here. That could definitely be mental prison, because a lot of times that's what happens. Like when someone has in their mind that it's going to go one way and then it doesn't go the way they wanted it to go, and that shit backfires on them because they thought that they weren't going to like fall for the person. Yeah, that mental prison is crazy work. Thank you, Ashley. Yeah, we have obsession out here and animosity. So it's like men will go from being men or women, they'll go from like being cool to being obsessed to damn mental lockup. And that's why, like, when people are attached to the outcome, thank you for the finger, what was that? Go Popular. Thank you for the Go Popular. When people get fixated on something or like attached to somebody or attached to the outcome, it becomes, that's how it turns into obsession. So we have faith and obsession out here. Like if you're not, you can pretend like you're in faith about your life and all that, but then it quickly turns into obsession because you're trying to control somebody else, control the outcome. And when it doesn't go your way, that's when people really show their ass. And then, so it's like people pray about it and whatever, and they, hoping to get back with the person. And if they don't get back with the person, and then the person gets with somebody else, then they're like mad at God and all this other crazy shit. What are you doing? Come out of there. Thinking that they're being punished or some shit. Like, it'd be bad. Yeah, but we have the ancestor card. They said we're not allowing anything to come near you. Stop. And so, oh my God, I can't talk. So for a masculine, there's somebody who is like this. I feel like this energy keeps coming up where there's somebody who keeps trying to like attach to your money or bankrupt you. And Spirit said, we not allowing that to happen either. You said, I feel safe, as you should. Thank you for the heart puff. Oh my God. So what are we saying about the veil? I feel like Spirit is just talking about not being able to hide from the divine. And that's one thing about being really tapped in. It's like I know so much, like I can see so much, but I'm still the type of person where I need like more evidence in the physical in order to I guess confirm what I was already thinking. And so cause like I don't like maybe this resonates for y'all, but I be trying to avoid being delusional like the plague. So, like that is a big thing for me. Like I can read energy well for other people. I can read energy for myself too. But I prefer to have confirmation when I'm reading for myself. And I mean, not that my spirit team doesn't confirm a lot of stuff for me, but I still kind of question it. And this man keeps commenting on my YouTube. I don't even know how to block people on YouTube. Stop. Stop. Onyx. Cut it out. Cut it. Happy Mother's Day. Now he just commented and said, I know you're AI. You see what I'm saying? Like, mental health be real. So We just really have to use discernment out here. But you know, I feel like everything happens in order and divine timing. You said I definitely like having my intuition confirmed to know I'm not crazy. Exactly. You said what's your YouTube names for? Oh, thank you. It's Divine Life by Design. So I probably should make all of my stuff because my Instagram and TikTok are the same, but my YouTube is different. But he just keeps commenting on my videos. I'm like, sir, talk about Anthony from New Jersey. Um, I feel like someone may be talking to somebody out of town, and maybe you've only talked to them on the phone. Maybe you haven't actually FaceTime with the person, but I definitely feel like they're a false person. So, like, it's giving the energy of a catfish situation. And so I feel like this person makes up a lot of excuses as to why they can't FaceTime. It's like, oh, my camera isn't working on my phone, or my phone got wet, or, you know, like some shit like that. Yeah, I feel like it may cause you some emotional pain when you realize that this person was lying, but you'll be okay. Like, it may take some time to get over it. Because I feel like you all may have been talking for a while. But let me tell you, I encountered this dude that I met online, and he was like, I work for like car racing, and you know, I guess he was in charge of like the pit crew or whatever, allegedly. And when we first started talking, he was like, we're over in Brazil, and he like sent me pictures, and the pictures look weird. I was like, I don't know about that. Stop. And so he was doing all this texting, and I was like, and we're not talking about WhatsApp, we're talking about regular texting. And I was like, okay, well, he could have an international plan, especially if he travels a lot. Cool. But then I kept saying we need to FaceTime because I felt like something was off. And he would be like, oh, sure, when I leave work. And then the next time I talk to him, it would be like, oh, I still can't do it right now. You know, like, it was always an excuse. I was like, block. I think he was probably lying about everything. Like, I was just like blown away. Like, are you fucking for real? Be for real right now. Cause though, like, the pictures of the whole race car shit, just like, I was like thrown all the way off by that, and so that's why all my radars went up at that point. But seriously, and this is no shade, but I've encountered quite a few people who said that they have talked to someone for 5 years and never talked to them on the phone, never saw the person, and it was just text. And like when I did the reading, it was a same sex individual. So this person like really wasn't a lesbian, but she was talking to a woman that kept pretending to be a dude. And it was just like, oh my God. I'm not doing 3 questions today. And this could be a female that's doing this. Now, I will say, right, people are crazy. But I will say for the men, there's all kinds of schemes going on out here. So, like, I've worked in criminal justice my whole career, and I've read some crazy crime versions. And I read one where like the guy got lured to this female's house, and the whole shit was weird. I don't know why he did it, but he got lured to the girl's house allegedly, and she just keeps texting him. She's like, the door's open, come inside, come down the hall, and it's the first door on the right. And then he gets in the room and it's a stick up. Like, So I'm like, just use caution. Because people are crazy. I was actually catfished one time. It was a long time ago. But so I met this guy online, and I don't know where that picture came from. It must have been from when he was in high school. And so I got to the restaurant, and I'm looking around, and he comes toward me, and I was just like, because this dude was old enough to be my dad. And he had on a windbreaker suit. He had on a windbreaker suit, pulled all the way up here. And I was just like, what the fuck? I said to him, because I was like, so when we sat down at the table, I was like, now what year were you born again? And he was like, And then I was like, let me see your ID. And he's talking about he left his ID at home. No, it's funny. I'm like, because I was trying to be considerate of his feelings. I mean, I don't know why I was trying to be considerate of somebody's feelings that damn lied to me from the jump. Like, I should have left. But like, I was trying not to be rude. I was kind of stunned at the same time. Like, I don't even know. I can't even explain. I can't even explain all of the shit that was going through my head. And then this was like shortly after I got divorced. And so this man was talking about, come live with me. Like, bring your kids and come live with me. And I was like, you want my ex-husband to like come and take me off of this planet, right? I was like, picture me taking my kids to go live with somebody. And I just got divorced. Like, sir. And on top of that, you lied to me about your age. So, like, what else are you lying about? So, yeah. Just be careful out here. I know that unfortunately it happens to men a lot. Because I've heard quite a few men say that like the person will be one way online, like that when they were small, and then they like 300 pounds when they get to the date. I'm not shaming big girls, but it's just like let people have the ability to make a decision for themselves. There's plenty of men that like big girls. Yeah. I tell people I look different in every picture. So, like, don't bank on figuring out what I look like in person from pictures. So I feel like Spirit is saying whatever work you've been doing on like with your creative gifts, that's gonna actually turn into actual money. So like whereas you may have just been doing things for free or like, not really seriously running it as a business, I feel like you're going to have the ability to run it more as a business. I definitely feel like your ancestors are trying to surprise you with something. And then the Star Seed card came out, so I feel like it's your star family is trying to surprise you. You said, got it. Yeah, just be honest. What the hell? I've been through some shit with online dating. This one guy left me at a date one time. I was just like, what the fuck? He said, we went to this restaurant and we were waiting to be seated. We were talking and he looked at me and was like, I think you're gonna hurt me. And I was like, what? But I had never heard that before. We go inside and then he leaves me. He was like, I gotta go get my wallet. Thankfully, we had not ordered. But he was like, I gotta go get my wallet from the car, and he left. Do you want to talk about somebody that cussed his ass out on that voicemail? I said, motherfucker. Because I was like, how would, I said, first of all, you have a daughter. So that bothers me that you would leave me at a restaurant. And I was like 40 minutes from home. And it was at night. I was just like, yo. So I feel like Spirit is talking about like an end to confusion. Like if you were having any doubts, there's going to be an end to that. Like I feel like Spirit is talking about you having like supernatural faith. That's interesting. He said, great. I hope you gave him the business. Yeah, but I mean, it was on the voicemail because he definitely didn't answer the phone. Because I know I sat there for like another 15 minutes and I was like, the parking lot is right there. What the hell? And so I went outside. He was gone. That shit was crazy. So I definitely feel like you've had to be beat up a lot on purpose. And it's not, like I said earlier, it's not the divine punishing you. It's not that you necessarily did anything wrong. But in order, I feel like Spirit is saying, in order to get you to the point of ascension, like in order to get you to like ascended master status by a certain time, you had to go through the hardest test. Because it's kind of like they're comparing it to like basic training, I guess. So like you had to go through, like, say if there was different levels to it, like basic, intermediate, and advanced. Like you had to take the advanced route. Oh my God, I'm tearing up stuff. You had to take the advanced route, and crystals might be significant because I have been messing with these crystals and I usually don't touch them. Yeah, supernatural faith is like, let me tell you something. Supernatural faith is just basically like your faith amplified by the divine. So like whatever, from, you know, we're all spiritual beings, but like from a human perspective, you having like the faith that you've cultivated, supercharged by the divine. Thank you for the finger hearts. So that's what I mean by that. And so I feel like Spirit is saying that it's because of your faith that they're going to supercharge it. So it's kind of like going from the energy of kind of doubting to knowing for sure. Thank you for helping me get to my goal. You said I have my selenite on me all day. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think that's significant. But yeah, so like, could you imagine having the kind of faith that never, like, you never doubt or question anything? That would be nice. Is it resonating, Booker? Yeah. I think that would be really nice. Because, like, can you imagine the level of confidence that comes along with that? Yeah, look. Trust it. You said no, but it would be lovely. Yeah, like just the level of confidence. I mean, honestly, I would say I'm more than halfway there because like it's cliche, but that's why it's so important to know who you are because like it just makes such a difference. And I've always been very humble, very low key, always wanted to play the back, never really wanted to be in the spotlight. But I be talking shit to myself. Like I hype myself up now because I just feel like if only these people knew, if only they knew, and they gonna be real mad. When I say real mad, they about to be big mad. when when the people I'm talking to pop out. Mm-mm. But also too, it's helped me to develop my self love because, like, when you know that you are loved by the divine and you know that they are guiding and protecting you, they always have been with you, they've always protected you. Um, and you get like you're starting to get evidence of all of that, like when you start thinking back on your life about the different things that happen, you start to realize that um everything happened in order. And you think about all the times where like you face near death situations and stuff like that, you know from those times how protected you are. You said I'm starting to do that. It feels good. I've always felt their presence. Yeah, for real. Cause it's like it helps you to stop being a people pleaser as well. Because when you know who you are and somebody acts like they don't like you or they want to create this false narrative about you, like it gives you the courage to really take a stand for yourself. Whereas previously you may have been hesitant because you were like, oh, well, that's my family member. I don't want to hurt their feelings. I don't want them to feel bad. And it caused you to like not stand on business for yourself. And that kind of diminishes the self-love. Because when you're inauthentic or when you try to just like I was saying earlier, put on a mask for certain people and like just pretend like everything is okay, being non-confrontational. And when I say so, like, confrontational for me is basically like I'm speaking my truth. I'm letting you know like what you did and what transpired that hurt my feelings, and then you can do with that what you will. But all of those acts like develop into your overall confidence, your overall self-love. So taking those small steps to like choose yourself first and say like I'm not going to continue to allow you to affect my energy like that. Cuz I was reading some posts earlier and it made so much sense. Um it was just talking about like trying to be too nice, trying to be just available to everyone. Thank you for the gifts. Y'all showing out today. I appreciate it. I'm gonna take that as my Mother's Day presents. But yeah, like every step that you take towards self-love, that's helping you build your confidence, and it's also increasing your faith. So when you show the divine that you really trust them, um like you're gonna keep going despite what it looks like on the outside of things. You're just gonna be steadfast and keep going and trust that they're gonna show up and show out for you. And they about to show up and show out. So I kind of feel like there might have been a situation where it's given the energy of like maybe there was a female, like there's a masculine, this female was dating a masculine, and him and his mother, weird, I don't know, it's like a weird dynamic. It's given the energy of like a mama's boy, and maybe like him and his mother, or he was allowing his mother to come against you because she was jealous of y'all's relationship. And see, that's the issue. It's like, I hate to say it, but a lot of single women have this syndrome where they feel like their son is their man or something. Like, it's this weird dynamic. And I'm not saying this, I'm not going as far as like it being physically incestuous, but it's more of like a psychological thing where like this woman treats her son like, you know, like he's the head of the household type shit. You said I've grown into that. I was good at speaking up for others, terrible at doing it for myself. Yeah, that's a good thing. Because I was the same way. I was just so, I don't know if I want to say introverted, because it was more than introverted. It was more like timid to say anything to piss people off. I would inadvertently say things to piss people off, but like to actually stand up for myself, like in the moment, that shit was so nerve-wracking for me. You said that doesn't resonate. You said that doesn't resonate, but then same. What you mean? You said the mama's boy thing. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I can't say for sure that I've encountered it before. Thank you. I missed it. I like those when they kiss me on the cheek. Um, so this mother might have been doing some kind of spell work as well. She might have been painting the girlfriend out to be like promiscuous. And you know, spell work can be just speaking ill over a person, um, wishing that the relationship doesn't work out. And I honestly feel like this person might have actually been happy with with their girlfriend, but the mother was that feels like the energy from that reading I did yesterday. Yeah, this mother might have been saying crazy stuff like, I hope she get hit by a car or something crazy. Like, what? Somebody told me they hope I got hit by like I think an 18 wheeler or something. I was just like, yeah, as soon as I said hit by a car, he said, damn, what kind of people are these? I'm so serious. Like, this shit is bananas. Yeah, I was saying creating a false narrative, like calling this woman promiscuous, just trying to keep her son from actually committing to the person. And there's actually abundance. There's abundance attached to a relationship. And so people do know what's up with relationships energetically. And, you know, they may not be able to articulate what they feel, but they can definitely tell like when two people are feeling each other, and they can sense the energy between the two people and the chemistry and all that. And like this mother probably felt like she was losing her son to this chick. You know, like their relationship would never be the same, and he's gonna end up putting her first before me. And she made like, it's also given the energy where she was basically living off of her son. So like, you know, maybe she was helping with the kids, or maybe she was just struggling financially and he was doing okay and just would give her money. I dated somebody that did that. Like his mom still she lived in the projects and that he grew up in, so she wasn't paying much rent. And then I think she had like some kind of a job, but she would call him every day. Like they would talk every day, and every day it was like, well, I guess I'm gonna see if I can go get some stuff from the grocery store. I don't know how I'm gonna get it. And then he would be like, how much you need? And she'd be like, well, maybe 100. And so he would cash out her 100. And, you know, I wasn't going to get involved, but like I was telling him, I was like, I'm not opposed to you helping your mom, but do it in a smart way. Like if you know that she's gonna ask you for money every month, put an allowance to the side. Like don't let it be she can just call you at random or talk to you on a daily basis and make hints about needing money daily. That's crazy work. I was like, if you're gonna give her $500 a month, put $500 in your Cash App. And every time she asks for money, just hit her with some money. And then when that $500 run out, it's a wrap. Like, stop doing that. Or I was like, what you could do is you could give her like a $250 a month cap and put $250 in a savings account for her. This shit is just, it's never gonna end. Like, it's just gonna end up being chaotic. And I'm not, I'm always going to be an advocate for looking out for people if you can, if it's warranted, if the divine is in support of it, but not to your detriment. Like, we just really have to stop helping people to our detriment. Like, no, you just have to say no sometimes. And when you say no, that really shows you who the fuck the person is. So, if the person was seemingly supporting you and, encouraging you and hyping you up and all this other stuff, and then all of a sudden there's something you have to say no about or no to, or there's a situation where, you have to disappoint that person and they give you their whole ass to kiss, that shit wasn't genuine from the giddy up. Cause if you don't do nothing else, you gonna be consistent with me out this bitch. Like, at the very least. Like, people just really be having hidden agendas and shit. Like, I genuinely support anybody. It's never because I'm like trying to get something out of it, or, because I've just always been like that. I've always been genuinely supportive of my friends and whatever endeavors they're, doing. Thank you for the heart puffs. Like, because I really genuinely want to see everybody win. I want to see everybody doing what it is that they love. And like the lady that does my hair, I was talking to her today and she was like, I just love doing hair. Is something like, she was like, I can't see myself doing anything else. And I was like, I could tell that you love doing hair when you were like big and pregnant. She was like 8-9 months pregnant and standing for like 10 hours. I was like, you can stand for 10 hours pregnant like that? I said, I knew at that point that you loved what you do. You said, same, me too. I've got to go to bed. Good night. Thank you so much. Catch you on the next one. Okay, Seashell, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Okay, what deck do I want to pull? Oops. Higher Soul Spirit, what you trying to say? I haven't used this deck in a while. I feel like there may be someone. Oh my god. I feel like there may be someone who is a celebrity, like a celebrity musician. What are you saying about this person? So there's something about like so a triangle facing upright is masculine, a triangle facing downward is feminine. So there's something significant. I feel like that's the Star of David. Let me look that up. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, that is the Star of David. So Lindsay, I don't do free readings today. I could look into that if you do come to like a free question Friday. But like your loved ones are always around you. They're just energy. So the only difference is that they are energy and they're outside of a body. But it's the same energy that was housed in the vessel at one point. So yeah, you're welcome. If anybody ever tells you that, and this goes for anybody listening, if a medium tells you that they cannot communicate with your loved one because they're not in heaven or some shit, that person is lying. Don't believe the hype. Because I heard this so-called medium in her live, she straight up told people, she told this person she was doing a reading for, that her loved one was like, she alluded to the fact that her loved one was in hell or something, and that he wasn't with the rest of her family. I was just like, oh my God. Now, there is such a thing as spiritual jail, but the family members that I know are in spiritual jail, I can talk to them. I mean, it's just like being able to talk to anybody in jail over the damn, collect calls and shit. Or talk to them over the tablet. They in lockup, but they can talk to you. Yeah, so the Star of David is a six-pointed symbol formed by two interlocking triangles representing Jewish identity, unity, and the religion of Judaism. So it says, meaning is often interpreted as representing God's rule over the universe, protecting from all six directions, or as a symbol of balance, uniting the heavenly and earthly realms. What did I say earlier in this live? That the vibration of the planet was going to merge with the vibration of the spirit realm, uniting the heavenly and earthly realms. So it's interesting because Bookham, I don't know if you're still here, but I was looking up King Solomon, and so King Solomon, I believe, was David's son, and Solomon ruled over Israel, I believe. It said historically the star was used in various cultures as a magical sign or decoration. So yeah. But so yeah, that star is very significant. So I really feel like this, when the divine masculine, when this divine masculine and feminine couple comes into union, it's going to merge their two triangles into the Star of David, bringing balance to the masculine and feminine on the planet. Okay. And so I've been talking about the fact that, like, yes, it is beautiful. I've been talking about the fact that, like, there are multiple divine unions that are coming together, but there is, like, the couple that's like the divine union over all the other divine unions. And so these people, it's about to be 11:11 on my clock too. These people incarnated as the masculine and feminine portion of Source. So when by them balancing themselves individually and then coming together and balancing, basically Hey, Amber, stop. And as soon as I'm talking about the masculine and feminine, I have the girl and the boy back here cutting up. But so yeah, when they come together, that's going to then be the merging of the masculine and feminine portions of Source. And so that's going to, I feel like that's ultimately what's going to bring about the final judgment on the planet. Because when they merge together, when I talk about, like, the planet is going to ascend, like ascend, like we gonna be on a damn roller coaster. Oh, okay. What else you want to say about that? Love begins. And the number one. This is like the Ten of Cups card. So like complete emotional fulfillment. Wow, I said complete emotional fulfillment and we got the heart chakra that came out. Material and spiritual prosperity with this union. I keep saying I want these people to just go on and get together now because like so I can stop reading on this damn couple. Like, can y'all go on and get married? Look, victory and success. Trumpets are blowing. So like when the divine is calling judgment on the planet, the trumpets blow. I'm looking that up. So the blowing of the trumpet, specifically the shofar or silver trumpets, holds deep spiritual significance in Judeo-Christian tradition, symbolizing divine presence, a wake-up call of repentance. Didn't I just say the final judgment? A wake-up call of repentance and the crowning of the king. It marks sacred times, signals battle, and initiates prophetic events like the gathering of believers. What? What? Calling believers to self-examine, preparation for the Day of Atonement. Trumpets signal the coronation of a king, celebrating God's reign, and prophetically the return of Jesus. Now, tell me, if these two individuals embody the pure masculine and feminine version of Source, and they come together as one balanced energy, and is Source, that would be Jesus. I mean, it's much deeper than that. But seriously, it's definitely much deeper than that. And you see how like both of the masculine and the feminine, they both have like a structure behind them. She has a pillar and then he has like a mountain behind him or in front of him. And it basically speaks to like, so the feminine energy goes within, so that's why we have like solitude. She also has mountains behind her, but mountains can signify like challenges, you know, like having to move mountains, having to climb a mountain, that type of thing. And so they both face challenges, but like somehow I feel like spirit is saying, because the woman is more of like the darkness, she had to go within, and then the masculine had to do something externally. But at the same time, like she has a blue dress on, and then we have the throat chakra card that came out. So I feel like that's definitely significant. Um, Hold on now. So I definitely feel like it's something about the feminine healing like the throat chakra and the masculine healing the root chakra. And so like your roots connect to like the ground externally, and she's got this book. I feel like this feminine could read energy, like read people like a book. I feel like I need to look up the spiritual significance of pillars. Thank you for the heart puff. So, in spiritual and biblical terms, a pillar represents unwavering strength, stability, divine support, and upholding the truth. So, I'm going to say that again. A pillar means unwavering strength, stability, divine support, and upholding the truth. And it's, like I said, she has blue on, and then we had the throat chakra card come out right after that. And so that would be connected to her speaking her truth. So they're considered firm, unmoving, and permanent, symbolizing a steady, anchored life of faith. And we were talking about faith earlier, like having supernatural faith. And you know, mountains also represent protection. And so these two people are very heavily protected. And it says, God's protective, guiding presence that provides direction of light and spiritual understanding, especially during times of uncertainty. And then in the Bible, pillars often serve as markers of divine interaction, setting up a testimony or reminder of God's covenantal faithfulness to his people. Spiritual strength. The book of Revelation, we were talking about like the revelation and the final judgment. The book of Revelation promises that those who overcome will be made a pillar in the temple of God. Indicating enduring eternal. Okay, that's hard. indicating enduring eternal security and a close, inseparable relationship with the divine. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Oh my gosh. They just restricted my live. I wonder if somebody reported my live. Some damn Bible thumper. Some damn Bible thumper don't like me talking like this. It says the church is described as the pillar and foundation of truth. And remember I said speaking the truth? It says calling upon believers to be strong, visible supports of God's truth in the world. Pairing and balance. Frequently, pillars occur in pairs, symbolizing a balance between two contrasting yet complementary spiritual principles or influences such as mercy and judgment. Oh boy, okay. And we have patience. So I feel like Spirit is talking about like all the work that you had to do. It takes patience because you got to do the work. You have to like, it's delayed gratification on top of that. So you doing the work, especially like clearing mental blockages and stuff, because if you see how like she has, it looks like a seed is growing into her head basically, and that has to do with like, and then we have the Ace of Swords, which is like, I mean, it says triumph and success, but I look at it kind of like the Ace of Swords. And so this is like getting clarity, getting tapped in with the divine, like just, you know, changing your mindset, letting like new healthier paradigms grow. Mama, use this. Like, you know, growing new ideas. Help me, God. Ani, why? Down. You got blankets. Spirit, please clarify deception and envy. So I guess, so I asked for clarification of deception and envy, and then the power and balance card came out. So I feel like that is indicating that people are really mad that you've balanced your energies, that you have stepped into your power, you've just generally brought balance to your life, and people just mad because you do the work and you take care of yourself and you stand up for yourself. Good night, Angie. Thank you for hanging out. People are jealous of the fact that you stand up for yourself and you take care of your mental and emotional well-being, and they're not they don't feel like they're strong enough to do the same. And so it breeds envy, but that's crazy. Yeah, basically jealous of your power. And that's number 7 and 8. Deception and envy and then power is 7 and 8. So like jealous that you've ascended higher. And I said jealous that you've ascended higher, and we have this crown chakra. Yeah, because I just said because they don't feel like they're capable of doing it themselves because they're trapped in fear. And it takes a lot of courage to be able to cut certain people off because it can be like really scary to feel like, like especially if it's somebody like a parent that may have been supporting you financially at times. Um, it's kind of daunting to disconnect from people like that because it's like you want to you want to trust the divine, but at the same time it's like the reality of the situation is like you might actually need that person one day. um and I'm not saying that like the divine can't provide for you, but for whatever reason you might have to just humble yourself and ask for help, and that may be like a whole lesson in itself. But like from a human perspective, especially if you've had to struggle the majority of your life, and maybe you've always had to ask for help because you didn't make enough money or whatever the case was, and yeah, it basically, when you disconnect from people that like, so when you disconnect from certain people, that it may piss them off to the point where they not fucking with you anymore. Like they weren't fucking with you to begin with, but if you actually put your foot down and like, nah, I'm not gonna accept this treatment anymore, like because they're embarrassed that they're basically being held accountable, called to the carpet, whatever you want to call it, they end up, like you could potentially piss them off to the point where they just like, fuck you, like don't call me for shit, you know. Um and so I feel like taking that leap of faith is really what shows the divine that you're serious about having faith in them coming through for you. Yeah, we got the temptation card. It's very tempting to keep people around because for whatever reason, and it's not about using people. It's just like um what if an emergency comes up, or what if I have to do something that's outside of my budget, or shit like that. Just life be life. And so we have the truth card. And so, like, speaking your truth. And so, one thing about it, if you're going to, like, let's say it's Christmas time and you don't want to be around family that doesn't fuck with you and you just over it. It standing in your truth looks like, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna have to sit this one out. I'm not gonna make it to Christmas, and that be that. No explanation. And if you make up a lie as an excuse for why you can't come, that is not living in your truth. And that is not, unfortunately, that is not like it's creating space, but it's not really creating space. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're still trying to people please. You're still trying to save face. And so Spirit is like, you know, they're going to put you in some positions where you really going to have to like deal with some heartache and loss behind cutting people off. And I feel like these other people are going to be experiencing heartache and loss by you having to cut them off. Because some people really think that they got it all together and they got it all in the bag just because they have money or something like that, or they can live comfortably. And no, absolutely not. Actually, I think this is equivalent to the Ten of Pentacles, maybe. Or is this one? I don't know. But I'm going to say that we have the Ten of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles out here. Where is it? Either way it go. Where is that? Stop. So I'm going to say this would be the Ten of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles. And we have victory and success. Material and spiritual prosperity. And look, we were talking about the return of Christ earlier, and there's the sun, which is masculine, and the lion. And so, like, there's the Lion of Judah. And that's also connected to, I believe that's connected to Solomon as well. But yeah, so it's about to be some wild shit going down. Okay, but I'm going to clock out because sis is getting sleepy. But thank you all for hanging out with me. Thank you for all the gifts and the taps. I appreciate it. Good night, Ashley. Thank you. Good night, everyone who's in here. You're welcome. I can't see who